organizers for organizing an impeccable conference. And I want to welcome Prime Minister Trudeau and Mary Ang, the Trade Minister of Canada. What an honor to be able to have this conversation with you. The Prime Minister has been in his position for exactly 9 years, I read, which I think, except for she, makes you the veteran at the table, both here at APEC, but also at the G20, where you will go to afterwards.
The Sultan of Brunei has me beat. He's been around since my dad was in office. So.
Sorry about that. I apologize. So your accomplishments are numerous, and you have done many transformational things in Canada. And so I'm not going to go through your bio, but Mr. Prime Minister, I do want to remember one thing that you said that has stuck with me forever. You believe deeply in the empowerment, the economic empowerment of women, and you believe deeply in diversity. And I remember you talking about something that has stuck with me, that you have to teach young children, boys and girls, from a very young age to appreciate diversity and to appreciate each other, and to say that young women can do exactly what young men can do. And I remember that so clearly. So this is going to be a dynamic conversation, as his administration has been so dynamic. Over 80% of your trade in Canada actually comes from APEC countries, which obviously includes USMCA, the United States and Mexico. And you have launched your Indo-Pacific strategy for growth and opportunity. So what are your expectations for this meeting?
Well, first of all, I mean, we have to remind ourselves two things about trade. Trade creates growth, but nothing guarantees that trade that creates growth is going to make sure that the growth is well shared. We have to focus on making an argument for trade and for the growth that it comes from by making sure that everyone can participate in the benefits of that growth. That's where making sure that we're negotiating free trade deals that protect women's rights, that protect labor rights, that protect the environment, that work with indigenous peoples. These are the kinds of things that are essential that, quite frankly, when we started negotiating trade deals, we started 9 years ago, people would sort of mock us and say, no, it's supposed to be an economic argument. I say, the economic argument is that everyone can feel the benefits of trade. Because if trade creates growth, it creates enough growth to be able to have win-win in any trade negotiation out there. But at a time of people not feeling like trade has done them any good, one of the arguments that we're seeing everywhere around the world is, well, then we're going to make trade good for you, even if it's bad for the other person. It introduces a win-lose into the trade negotiation frame. And Canada has never had that. We've always understood, a sense of scale, a sense of modesty, a Canadianness or whatever, that for trade to be effective, it has to be win-win. And that idea that there's plenty of growth to go around, we just have to make sure it's win-win, not just between the two countries involved or the multiple countries involved as we've signed large trade deals, but that it also impacts on citizens. And the instability in all economies, not just democracies, that come when citizens don't feel like the institutions or the economy or the vision for the economy or even the trade deals are there to support them, creates instability. People start withdrawing their support from trade. So that's why business communities, like governments, like people around the world, should be focused on making sure that the growth and the benefits that come from increased ties around the world are actually shared more generally with women, with workers, with environmental protections. Because that's one of the only ways of ensuring the kind of stability and predictability that we've had, that the world has benefited from over the past decades. And that's one of the ways that our government has been able to sign more trade deals than just about any other governments. We are the only country in the world, the only G7 country in the world with a free trade deal with every other G7 country. And just today, we announced that we have concluded our free trade deal with Indonesia, the world's fourth largest country by population, which demonstrates that even at a time of protectionism and uncertainty, there is a way to create good deals that work as long as they work for citizens as well as the business community. And that's something that Mary's been absolutely amazing about focusing on.
Well, it's really, really terrific to look at trade from the standpoint of trade being able to create economic growth for micro, small, and medium-sized businesses, for women-owned businesses. We have a stat in Canada that I often like to say to people, and I like to say it to the business community most of all, because it really is about the return on the investment. So in Canada, if you add more women to your economy, we will add $150 billion to the Canadian economy just by adding women into the economy. And globally,
Absolutely.
it's $12 trillion. So, and we have seen that number move up by the greater participation of women. So, so I think it is in that secret sauce, which is what the Prime Minister says. Trade really does work when it can work for everyone in your society, including workers and those that often are underrepresented in the global value chains.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more. So from here you go to the G20, and I know this isn't about the G20, but I would be really remiss if I didn't ask you about the elephant in the room, which is my election, or the election in my country, the United States of America. And I know behind the scenes everybody's kind of talking about that. Could you just give us some insight? Because, you know, as you said, obviously there are people that feel deprived in the United States, which is how we've ended up in this path. But, you know, what's being discussed potentially is going to turn trade governance upside down. So maybe a little bit of your perspective.
Well, a couple of things. First of all, when Donald Trump first got elected in 2016, he made a commitment to rip up one of the most successful trade deals that the world has ever seen. NAFTA, or specifically Canada-US free trade deal particularly. And that was, you know, something he was absolutely determined to do, and it would have had deep, deep consequences, obviously on Canada, but also on the North American economy. We rolled up our sleeves and did the hard work of demonstrating that it was not just possible, but desirable to create a win-win, to update NAFTA, to update USMCA in all sorts of different ways. And the level of connectedness between the Canadian and the American economy, to be specific about that, meant that it would have been very, very difficult for the American administration to do something that would hurt the Canadian economy and hurt workers, that wouldn't also significantly hurt the American economy and American workers. So based on those truths, we looked at ways to update and adjust our trading relationship, and we did that because the fact is middle-class workers in Canada and the United States have been building things together for decades and generations to tremendous success. And basing the arguments around this is how you create jobs in both of our economies, this is how you create opportunity and prosperity there, was hard work. I mean, yeah, it wasn't easy, and nothing's going to be easy this time. Little secret, there is no American administration that is automatically easy for a Canadian government. They take a very robust look at their own interests, and Canada adjusts. But our ability to do that and protect good jobs in Canada is what's going to be at the center of everything. The fact that we have, over the years, created such strong links, and that there are so many strong links going forward, whether it's critical minerals, where Canada has the mines and the ability to develop those resilient supply chains that are reliable from a friend, that are less certain elsewhere around the world, whether it's our energy resources, whether it's the extraordinary workforce that we have. Canadian workers are some of the best in the world. These are things that we have as value added. But if we were going to go into any negotiations with the United States or in any negotiations everywhere looking for, okay, how do we make Canada win and the other person lose? That wouldn't work. But because we have always gone in, there's a win-win here, because trade done well can benefit everyone. That's going to be the approach that we're going to continue to have, because we do things together well.
Thank you. So many of the panels here at the CEO Summit have been around AI. And obviously, there's lots of discussion in Canada as well from a variety of perspectives. One of them has been governance around AI, and you've kind of taken a leadership role in that space. Might you be willing to comment on that? And then I have another follow-up question on AI.
First of all, yeah, in terms of governance, Canada put on the agenda in the 2018 G7 in Charlevoix one of the first conversations that we've had that are now have at all summits around global partnership and leadership around responsible development of AI. We created the Global Partnership for AI. It was specifically Canada and France working on that. That was a Canadian initiative back in 2018. When not many other people were talking about the global implications and regulations around AI. So we started that. The reason we started that was because Canada is one of the primary places where people like Yoshua Bengio and Geoffrey Hinton, who just won the Nobel Prize, developed modern AI in how it's spread. So we had a certain amount of grip on that already. So there's a lot of things that we're doing around creating that right balance around AI that's going to both make sure that AI is not used for evil purposes as much as we possibly can, because there's a lot of anxieties about that. But more importantly, make sure that AI is actually there to empower everyone, not just the biggest businesses that can hire a whole department and invest massive money in funding to adapt to it, but how do we get AI into small businesses? How do we reassure people that AI can be a lever for greater productivity, greater opportunities? We have to make sure there's a framework that the whole world, or at least the democratic world that is aligned in its values, is working on to make sure that it's going to be effective. But pushing for AI is something that Canada has been able to do and will do and continue to do in responsible ways. And I'm looking forward to see a high level of uptake in our small and medium-sized businesses across Canada around AI as we do more investments. The other thing people don't think about enough when it comes to AI, and AI is going to transform our economies, transform our world the way the development of electricity did hundreds of years ago. It will touch every single job, everything we all do within 5-10 years. So it is coming, it is inevitable. The issue is, how do we manage it in a way that is minimally disruptive for the largest number of people? Yeah, lots of people are going to have to learn new aspects to their jobs, but it's going to be everywhere. The biggest limiting factor on AI is actually going to be power. The energy consumption necessary around AI, nobody has properly understood yet. And that's the one that I've been really, really obsessing about lately. How are we going to be able to, because Canada already is 80% clean energy grid. It's a huge advantage. Companies from around the world are investing in Canada because of our clean energy, because of our workers, because of our innovation, all those things. But as we look at how to develop the necessary clean power to power AI, not just in Canada, but around the world, we're stepping up. We've actually stepped up big time on nuclear. We just sold 2 new full-scale...
Stole my next question.
It was your next question? Okay, but it's... See, I've stopped talking about AI and not talking about the power needs around AI. And that's where Canada, yes, we have hydro, but investing again in nuclear, looking at two full-scale reactors we just sold to Romania, the uranium reserves that we have in Canada, the opportunity to build full-scale reactors and small modular reactors to meet the energy needs of the coming years. Canada's been facing a massive boom of investment from around the world of companies that want to come into Canada. Some of you have heard of Honda, Volkswagen, Michelin, Goodyear, others you haven't, Rio Tinto and others, that have come in and made Canada the #3 destination in the world yet last year for foreign direct investment. And a lot of it is because of the framework we have around environmental responsibility and clean power, but also because we have childcare and pharmacare and medical care and supports that are great for workers and benefiting from the privileged access to 2/3 of the global economy through free trade deals. So all those things together means we're actually limited right now by the amount of power that we can provide to companies because so many people want to come to Canada. And that's where we're going to have to step up on nuclear and others to be able to respond to that. But I know, Mary, you've been big on the nuclear gateway we're creating for the Indo-Pacific strategy.
We sure are. And here I want to thank APEC Canada and APEC generally, because our APEC member in Jan De Silva has been, as she's been working through the APEC economies, and after we launched the Indo-Pacific strategy and all of our interactions with our country partners, that's the issue, right? I mean, think about this region, a vast growing economy, the fastest growing around the world, a young population, very digital. And the needs for AI and the needs for computing, the needs for data is just a reality. And as their economies are getting better, you're thinking about power to not only do more manufacturing, you're thinking about power to run more data centers, you're thinking about power because your households are going to need more of that power. And then there is this other issue called climate change and the need to be able to tackle climate change, so providing power that is clean. And Canada is that country. We're a tier 1 country for nuclear power. It's clean, and we know that if we're going to meet our net zero targets around the world, and certainly this region, nuclear is going to be really a part of the mix. So as part of our work, we're launching a Canadian gateway for nuclear development for the Indo-Pacific, where many of the APEC economies are going to be a part of that. So we're really excited about doing this work to build that capacity.
So you're going to be building new nuclear power plants in Canada and exporting them as well?
Well, Canada developed CANDU reactors decades ago. It was a reactor that was particularly appreciated because it had no weapons implications around it. You couldn't use a nuclear power plant to develop a weapons program if it was a Canadian one. It was just the way it was designed. And that was very successful over a number of decades. We're now upgrading the CANDUs to Monarchs, that is a more modern full-scale reactor, but we're also developing small modular reactors that we know is going to be a huge key to the path forward. Canada's actually got the first small modular reactors about to come online in the coming year as demonstrating a proof of concept. Lots of places are working on them, but that's going to be an essential part of the energy mix that we have to have if we're going to meet the opportunities, not even the needs, the opportunities of the coming years, and we need to be part of that.
And the value for Canada in the region it really is an end-to-end expertise, right? I mean, from the regulatory expertise that we have, from building the nuclear reactors to all of the training that comes in supporting that, the supply chain that exists in Canada today, the end of use around the recycling. So all of that expertise exists in Canada. And what this nuclear development gateway is really about is actually partnering with those here in the region, country by country, and sharing that expertise, co-developing some of this capability in market, because it's going to be different. I mean, you're going to be different if you're in Indonesia versus Philippines versus any of the other countries that are in the region. So it really is our ability as Canada to work with the region.
This is really important.
I bet you guys didn't think you were going to get a pitch on nuclear from Canada up here today. But these are the challenges that we're looking at, and how to build a better world, and how to make sure that energy is plentiful and affordable for everyone. And it takes governments to invest in the kinds of infrastructure and the kind of long-term vision that is necessary for your investments as businesses, but also for citizens in a time of uncertainty and upheaval everywhere around the world, to feel confident that there's a plan that's going to meet the future in where it's going, and not just wish it were different or hope that it was like it was in the past. The world is changing, and our capacities as economies to meet the world where it's going, or as Wayne Gretzky used to say in a very Canadian example, to skate where the puck is going, not where the puck is right now, is at the heart of the planning you're doing for the next 25 years as businesses, the plan that we need to do as governments, not just for the next mandate, but for the next generation. And that's where AI, you can't talk about AI without talking about the power necessary to generate it.
But this is really, and we're out of time, but this is really interesting because one of the things we talked about this morning when I interviewed Robert Smith is what is the job of the future? And your small reactors that can be exported is really going to give the opportunity in certain emerging markets where there's amazing talent that could open data centers and create real value-added jobs. You're exporting something which is of critical importance.
Well, one of the biggest inequalities that still exists is the fact that something like 40% of people living on the African continent don't yet have reliable, steady access to electricity. And electricity has been around for a century and a half in its current form, in its generation. The first power plant in New York went up about 150 years ago. And still, 150 years later, this foundational technology of electricity hasn't reached everyone in the way that we know it will transform their lives. If we have to wait 150 years for AI to actually empower people across the global south in emerging markets, then we've missed the opportunity to get the very best from everyone, and we've created the conditions for the kind of inequality and therefore instability that will be disruptive to the smooth functioning of the global economy, the way all of us can benefit from. So it is not just about doing the right thing on an economic sense. It's about understanding that the only way to do the right thing on an economic sense is to make sure that everyone feels like there is a path for them and their family and their community to be successful in the coming years. And that requires us all to think about that long term and the global issue in a way that, quite frankly, APEC does a great job and APEC does a great job of bringing us all together. For 35 years, we've been coming together as economies to try and figure out how to create that growth and how to make it work for everyone, and that's what we're going to continue to do here.
Well, with that, I want to thank Trade Minister Ng, Prime Minister Trudeau for this wonderful conversation. We wish you all the luck in these meetings today, in the G20 over the weekend, and of course in Canada with your growth strategy. Thank you, and your political strategy. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Susan.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the Prime Minister of Canada. We can take a quick official picture. Thank you very much. Don't forget to like and share on APEC CEO Summit social media. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back in about 2 minutes' time where we'll have a keynote address by the Prime Minister of Thailand. Please do stay in your seats. Thank you. welcome to Her Excellency Paetongtarn Shinawatra, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Thailand.
Excellencies, APEC business leaders, distinguished guests, I'm honored to be here at the APEC CEO Summit to discuss this timely and important topic. Health and well-being are at the top of our agenda. Indeed, the theme of aging, health, and innovation speaks directly to the challenges and opportunities that all our economies faces. In Thailand, we believe that good health is the very foundation of human security and therefore represents the future wealth of our economy. With this thinking, Thailand is proud to have achieved universal health coverage, UHC, since 2002. Providing affordable and equitable access to health care for our entire population. After 22 years of our universal coverage theme, we now can say that over 99% of Thais are insured. Because of UHC, not only have we lift the burden of expensive medical bills from struggling families, we have also reaffirmed our belief in healthcare as fundamental right. Certainly, there are numerous challenges ahead. For one, Thailand, like many other economies, has undergone a demographic shift. Today, more than 20% of our population is over 60 years old. And within the next decade, we will become a super-aged society. It is clear that an aged population shrinks that workforce and consequently decrease productivity, but perhaps not our creativity. That being said, we are strongly committed to upgrading our UHC system to respond to emerging challenges. But it needs to be done in a comprehensive and inclusive manner. When I took office, I announced the 30 baht healthcare anywhere policy. This streamlines the entire public healthcare system by utilizing digital tools and technology for the swift provision of health services, from queuing to transfers, from diagnosis to medicine prescription, for the equivalent of about $1. These healthcare services are accessible to people of all ages, including the aging population. The use of telemedicine allows people to access healthcare from home, while the HealthLink project connects to a database of more than 500 hospitals to facilitate data sharing and enable seamless healthcare across all our facilities. These initiatives will certainly not be possible without a strong and committed health workforce. I personally thank all of them for their service and dedication. Beyond equitable access to healthcare, Thailand also places great importance on health promotion and preventive healthcare, as well as long-term financial planning for all age groups. Our Blue Book application provides healthcare tips to our age population and encourage our seniors to keep track of their own health and well-being to promote a culture of wellness. Excellencies, APEC business leaders, distinguished guests, when Thailand hosted APEC in 2003, our region was faced with SARS, a public health emergency that largely impacted trade and business mobility, threatening our growth and livelihood. The Health Task Force was formed in response to the situation. The task force has since transformed into the Health Working Group under APEC workstream. Its mandate now covers a wider range of issues, including building sustainable, resilient, and inclusive health system. In 2022, we organized the APEC Health Week Policy Dialogue in Bangkok and worked closely with the private sector to launch the APEC Smart Family Project, which offers policy options to help change fertility patterns. We should build on this initiative to enhance demographic resilience in our economies. But we keep asking to ourselves, what more can APEC do better prepare our economies? While we look forward to supporting our next generations, we must not leave behind the older generation who have worked hard to bring us where we are today. We must ensure support for all peoples of all generations to live with dignity and with purpose, to live well and to learn from each other. As the percentage of the older persons rises, along with care and wellness economy, APEC can play a vital role to ensure their inclusion in the formal economy, to support the current global demographic shift. Discussions on the age of retirement, flexible work conditions for the elderly, equitable and accessible infrastructure and public transportation will be key. APEC should also continue to leverage innovation and digital technologies in healthcare in supporting resilient and inclusive systems across our region. This issue we are discussing involves a wide range of stakeholders. We are not in this alone, nor can we deal with it alone. To address this important issue, we need a whole of society approach, cooperation among the public sector, the private sector, and civil society. The private sector plays a crucial role in advancing healthcare, which will support the aged population to live well and longer. We need to further empower our aging workforce so that they can continue to contribute to the society and economy, as well as advancing development and passing on the wisdom from current to the next generations. I encourage APEC Business Advisory Council, APEC, to have further discussions on how to promote employment initiatives for an aging workforce, including through reskilling and upskilling. Our healthcare priority has shifted from treatment to prevention. The available knowledge related to health, food science, biotechnology, and health innovation has been instrumental in guiding us to take better care of our health and wellness. Therefore, we have been able to minimize the chance of serious illness. I think we should build upon this idea and encourage people to take better care of themselves. Building on this, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce the idea of the care and wellness economy, which combines health, tourism, and innovation, as well as adds in the ingredients of human touch and heartly care. I believe that this area can offer countless opportunities that can contribute to long-term sustainable economic growth. Thailand has been actively promoting medical tourism and health-related services. We have been a leader in the healthcare and wellness industries thanks to our robust healthcare infrastructure, high-quality medical facilities, high-skilled professionals, and affordable costs. We stand ready to be a medical hub at the regional and international levels. In this regard, we will continue working to build and strengthen our partnership with international business. To push for the industry's growth, Thailand's Board of Investment offers a wide range of tax incentives and investment support in 3 key sectors, including medical products, healthcare services, and public health and clinical research. We look forward to having more engagement with APEC member economies and the APEC business community to build a fully integrated medical ecosystem for the well-being of the peoples of our region and beyond. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, please another round of applause for the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Thailand. As I'm sure you're getting used to, I'll be right back. We just need 2 minutes to set the stage.
먼저 올해 CEO 서밋을 성공적으로 이끌어 주신 페르디난도 자발라 의장님께 감사드립니다. 차기 의장직을 맡게 되신 최태원 회장님께 축하 말씀을 드립니다. 아울러 지난해에 이어 아태 지역 기업인 여러분을 이곳 페루에서 다시 만나게 돼서 기쁩니다. 이제 30대 청년이 된 APEC은 글로벌 무역 투자의 자유화를 이끄는 세계 최대의 경제협력체가 되었습니다. 이러한 APEC의 성공의 역사를 써온 주역은 바로 기업인 여러분들.
With us. Thanks to your enthusiasm and innovation, we've been able to achieve a great number of remarkable results. One prime example is APEC Business Travel Card, started in 1997. You probably have one already, but with this card, you can enter and leave member economies within the Asia-Pacific region on a fast track without needing a visa. During pandemic, when mobility was restricted, it was upgraded to a mobile card. Now, with greater safety and convenience, over 400,000 cards have been issued and being widely used. The vision to establish free trade area of Asia-Pacific for economic integration of the region was first addressed 20 years ago thanks to the proposal made by business leaders. The proposal for liberalization of trade and investment within our region was the catalyst to form some of the mega FTAs of today, such as RCEP and CPTPP. Business leaders in this region have also taken a leading role in APEC's effort to prepare for the future era of AI. Starting with the analysis report on AI in 2020, last year, business leaders proposed the creation of AI norms and mutual cooperation within the region. The Republic of Korea has also been at the forefront of establishing AI digital norms, first with the New York Initiative in 2022, followed by Paris Initiative in 2023, and Seoul Declaration at AI Seoul Summit in 2024. Business leaders, as the host of the APEC next year, the Republic of Korea will take over and develop further the great achievement Peru has made this year. More than anything, it has created a roadmap to a formal economy. The roadmap aims to create an inclusive economic environment by 2035 through innovation and digitalization, enabling marginalized and vulnerable groups such as SMEs, women, and the disabled to participate in the formal economy. I highly commend Peru's proposal, which enhances APEC's inclusivity and sustainability. Furthermore, as the host, Peru has demonstrated its leadership by building a consensus on the statement on a new look at the free trade area of the Asia-Pacific. With that statement, we are now one step closer to achieving the APEC's goal of economic integration. This year's APEC also adopted the principles on preventing and reducing food loss and waste. This is extremely timely since it raised the issue of improving the uneven food supply and demand and a sustainable food supply chain system in the region, which sheds new light on the importance of food security and regional integration. In addition, the APEC policy guidance to develop and implement clean and low-carbon hydrogen policy frameworks in the Asia-Pacific has been newly adopted, which reinforced cooperation on the hydrogen energy supply chain among APEC members. This is expected to contribute significantly to the implementation of 2022 Bangkok Declaration that targets a green circular economy and a transition to carbon-free clean energy. Korea, as the next host of APEC, will take over the achievements made by Peru and develop them even further. Business leaders, the world is currently facing a crisis in the multilateral trading system due to supply chain fragmentation and protectionism. In addition, climate crisis, entrenched low growth, and geopolitical risks in Ukraine and the Middle East are all aggravating uncertainties in the global economy. As the host of next year's APEC, Korea is now shouldering more responsibilities than ever. I hope that 2025 APEC Leaders Meeting will be a milestone to mark a great leap forward for global economy and opening of a dynamic future. With this hope in mind, the theme of next year's APEC has been set as Building a Sustainable Tomorrow.
In this regard, I would like to introduce 3 key focus areas for discussion under this theme. It's connect, innovate, and prosper. The first key focus area is connect. At last year's CEO Summit, I emphasized the importance of supply chain connectivity, digital connectivity, and fostering the next generation, urging business leaders to actively fulfill their roles. APEC's high level of regional interdependence underscores the critical importance of supply chain stabilization. The IPEF Supply Chain Crisis Response Network, chaired by the Republic of Korea since this year, serves as an innovative platform for global collaboration. Furthermore, new norms and frameworks tailored to the digital age are essential. Korea's accession to the Digital Economy Partnership Agreement this year provides an excellent platform for enhancing digital connectivity. The digital connectivity will become a great platform. As a result of the Young Scientist Exchange Initiative I proposed at last year's APEC, the Scientist Exchange Card is now being developed. I hope this will serve as a first step toward expanding exchanges. This will be piloted next year in Korea, Peru, Australia, and the Philippines. This will serve as an important first step. Next year's APEC will build on these achievements, fostering deeper human, physical, and institutional connectivity across various sectors. The second focus area is innovate. We are now indeed entering the era of a major AI transformation. AI is redefining global economic paradigms while shaping both enterprise competitiveness and national security. So with APEC accounting for approximately 65% of global manufacturing, fostering the integration of AI and manufacturing is crucial to enhancing the competitiveness of business in this region. We need, in this regard, to establish a working group to identify, promote best practices in industrial AI and creating an APEC AI standards forum to develop common standards and a unified certification system. Furthermore, ensuring AI safety and reliability is essential to fully harness its transformative potential. Korea has introduced a digital bill of rights that encompasses universal digital norms and to establish an AI Safety Institute. We plan to expand the AI Safety Institute into a leading regional hub for safe AI deployment, contributing to the broader adoption of trustworthy AI across the AP region. Last is the prosper. Climate change and energy must be addressed for shared prosperity in the region. To this end, we plan to host a carbon-free energy summit during next year's APEC meeting, bringing together government, international organizations, and consumers and suppliers. Together, we will explore pathways to achieving carbon neutrality through hydrogen, nuclear power, and renewable energy. Moreover, SMEs, which serve as the backbone of national economies, play a vital role. SMEs constitute 97% of businesses in the APEC region and contribute over 50% of its employment. Building on Peru's proposal for a roadmap to promote transition to the formal and global economy, we plan to devise opportunities, including a startup forum to drive innovations and strengthen the competitiveness of APEC's SMEs. Distinguished APEC business leaders, next year's APEC Economic Leaders Meeting will take place in Gyeongju, a city with rich in history and culture. It is a profound honor for Korea to host APEC again 20 years after the Busan Summit in 2005. And above all eyes will be on the influential CEO Summit where top global business leaders convene. I invite APEC business leaders to actively engage and participate in the upcoming summit. We truly look forward to welcoming you to Gyeongju, a UNESCO World Heritage City of Open Air Museum. We look forward to seeing you in Korea next year. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the President of the Republic of Korea. And we wish you well for your chairmanship next year. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, while we get the stage ready for our next session, we're going to play a very short video. Thank you.
The echoes of history whisper, and the sun illuminates enduring traditions. A realm where culture thrives in each passing moment. Bridging the past and present, Korea is where tradition intersects with the future. A land where culture embraces innovation. Creativity and industry are the architects of tomorrow. Our network builds a better tomorrow through impactful partnerships. We flourish collectively, striving for a sustainable tomorrow for all. Business will serve as the bridge leading to tomorrow and beyond. Together, let's embark on a meaningful journey for all our people and future generations to come. 2025 APEC CEO Summit. Gyeongju, Republic of Korea.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very important panel discussion on healthcare, where we're looking at aging, pandemics, and the path to innovation. Would you please welcome your distinguished panel, Kevin Su, CEO of VIVO International, Fernando Rios, CEO of Remax Seguros, and Ted Chang, CTO at Quanta Computer Inc. And your host, please welcome back Tian Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, would you please give a very warm APEC CEO Summit welcome to the Honorable Anthony J. Blinken, Secretary of State of the United States of America.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much for remaining here. I understand I'm the only thing standing between most of you and a pisco sour, so I'm grateful to you. And I especially want to thank all of our Peruvian friends for their incredibly warm welcome, and also for nearly 200 years of diplomatic partnership, and of course, for hosting this important summit for the third time. I also want to thank the business leaders who are here today and who every day continue to innovate and invest in your communities. Your efforts, alongside those of workers, civil society, and others, these efforts have been, and they will continue to be, the ultimate source of this region's dynamism and the driver of its progress. And I want to congratulate the National Center for APEC on 30 years now of bringing together government and private sector leaders across the Asia-Pacific to work together to tackle challenges, to promote growth. When President Biden took office 4 years ago, the APEC Leaders Retreat was held virtually. COVID had upended all of our economies. Global supply chains were breaking down. Powerful forces, from automation to algorithms to artificial intelligence, were transforming lives and livelihoods. And of course, the climate crisis was accelerating with more frequent intense hurricanes, droughts, wildfires, and other shocks. It was a moment that required a fundamental rebalancing of our approach to economic and technological interdependence, to ensure that it was a source of strength, not vulnerability, to harness the benefits and promise of openness and innovation, while being more attentive to dislocation and risks, from inequality to climate and environmental concerns, to the disruption of strategically vital resources like critical minerals. So, in the United States, we started by making historic investments in our own competitiveness. With bipartisan support, we passed landmark legislation to upgrade infrastructure, to bolster 21st century industries and technologies, to recharge America's manufacturing base, to boost research, to lead the global energy transition. At the same time, around the world, we reimagined, we re-energized, we revitalized, we strengthened, and we wove together our alliances and partnerships in new ways to try to advance an increasingly shared vision for a future that's more free, more open, more secure, more prosperous, more resilient, more connected. Here in the Asia-Pacific, we bolstered trilateral cooperation with Japan and Korea. We deepened ties with the Quad, India, Japan, and Australia, and ASEAN. We've elevated our relationships with Vietnam and Indonesia. We launched the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, bringing together 14 countries, some 40% of the world's GDP, to build more secure supply chains, to combat corruption, to transition to clean energy. We've stepped up our engagement with APEC, including welcoming many of you to San Francisco last year, where we secured important new commitments toward creating a more resilient and sustainable future for all of us, like strengthening our food systems, increasing women's economic participation. And by the way, if we got to the point where we had equal participation by women in the global workforce, we would add as much as $28 trillion to our collective GDP. Imagine what we could do with those resources. Now we're standing up the APEC RISE program with an initial $4 million investment to continue to advance the United States host year priorities. In the Western Hemisphere, our America's Partnership for Economic Prosperity has come together to deepen economic integration, to focus on tackling inequality, to try to deliver better for workers across our region. A dozen nations, including Peru, have already joined this effort, which is designed to welcome even more countries in the years ahead. We've also made new investments in high-quality, environmentally sound infrastructure through our Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. Ultimately, this partnership will unlock $600 billion in private capital to fund world-class sustainable projects. Just to give you one example, earlier this year, the United States, the Philippines, and Japan came together and announced the Luzon Economic Corridor to construct rails and ports that will link high-impact economic areas across the Philippines, including agribusiness and ship manufacturing hubs. And we joined Japan, Australia, and other partners to launch the Blue Dot Network to promote high-standard investments that support, instead of exploit, the communities and countries where projects are established. The Asia-Pacific leads the world, as you all know, in developing and deploying semiconductors, artificial intelligence, clean energy, and other innovations that are shaping our future. We work to build a more trusted, a more inclusive, a more resilient, a more sustainable technology ecosystem. Through the Bipartisan Chips and Science Act, we set up a fund to support our partners, from Vietnam to Mexico to Kenya, as they develop their capacity to assemble, to test, and to package semiconductors. We teamed up with Australia, with Japan, with New Zealand, and Chinese Taipei to install undersea cables that will extend digital access to 100,000 people across the Pacific Islands. And we've seen how this shared vision and how advancing it can benefit people in the United States and all across the region. As of 2021, American businesses were had already poured over $1.4 trillion into APEC economies, making the United States the largest source of foreign direct investment within APEC. Meanwhile, APEC economies have invested $1.7 trillion in the United States, from clean energy to semiconductors, supporting 2.3 million American jobs. These numbers are growing every day. They've grown every year since. They're growing every day. And I think they tell an incredibly important story, and maybe one that we don't tell often enough. Foreign direct investment may be the best measure of trust and confidence in the future. Private sector is not going to put its money on the table without that trust and confidence. I'm very proud that we've made the United States the leading recipient and the leading provider of foreign direct investment in the world. Now, right here in Peru, bilateral trade has grown 130% since the signing of the U.S.-Peru Trade Promotion Agreement, from $9.1 billion in 2009 to over $21 billion last year. Peru's exports to the United States, including from more than 1,500 small and medium-sized businesses, supported over 1.1 million Peruvian jobs last year, the highest generated by any of Peru's trading partners. We've also demonstrated that promoting prosperity and protecting our environment can go hand in hand. Thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act, we've made the largest ever investment in clean energy, any place, anytime in the world. We've quadrupled climate financing to developing nations. We've helped more than 500 million people manage the effects of climate change. Through the Just Energy Transition Initiative that APEC just stood up, we're working to ensure that more communities get the resources and tools that they need to mitigate and adapt to the climate crisis. We've also worked to include underserved, underrepresented communities, like women and girls, like indigenous communities, like workers in the informal economy. We're grateful to groups like the APEC Business Advisory Council for prioritizing this work and challenging governments and the private sector alike to do more to expand opportunity. Not only because it's the right thing to do, but because our region, our economies are stronger and they're more stable when we unlock the potential of all of our people. And ultimately, that's what all of this comes down to, our people, their needs, their aspirations. And that's where you come in. Your engagement, your leadership will determine whether we can continue to move toward a stronger, more prosperous, more equitable, more resilient region. And we can see that in the company that's retraining and upskilling technology workers across the Asia-Pacific. We can see it in the mining company that partners with its union to invest in delivering clean water to remote communities. We can see it in the entrepreneur whose innovation enables goods to be transported throughout the region more efficiently and with fewer carbon emissions. Now, whether you're a Fortune 500 company or a small business, my request to you is simple. Please, stay engaged. Share ideas, share best practices with your colleagues across the region. Partner with each other, invest in each other, carry out shared priorities, and do them together. Help us continue to shape a future that brings more people together, that's more inclusive, that's more sustainable, that's more open, and that builds greater opportunity for people in this region that we share and around the world. I thank you for your engagement. I thank you for your commitment. I thank you for the work you're doing every single day to make the region that we share and the world that we share a better place. We have these gatherings like APEC, and they're incredibly important. They concentrate minds, they concentrate focus. But what's important on one day is outmatched by what happens the next 364 days. And we're counting on all of you, and we're counting on the partnerships that we built and continue to build, particularly between the public and private sectors, to carry us forward. Thank you all very, very much. Gracias. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, another round of applause for Secretary Blinken. We really appreciate him taking time to come and join us. We can invite you to please stay in your seats. We will have a very short closing handover. We have the Minister of Trade, Industry and Energy of Korea joining us shortly as well. We'll be back in 2 minutes.